Hello, welcome back to Present Fire Productions. Today we'll be starting the last current expansion pack in Final Fantasy XIV. It is Endwalker. I have been having so much reservation about doing this particular expansion because of the fact I know that I'm nearing the current end of my storyline. What's currently being put out, of course, 6.31 just came out. But to me, it feels like, you know what I say about nearing the beginning of the end. Initially, I'm gonna be honest, when I started playing this game in April last year, I really wasn't into it that much. Of course, my dear wifey, she's the one that got me hooked into it. Because of that, she plays the game. Someone else, I got a bunch of my friends I know playing the game, but to me personally, it's been like a character growth. I've become so attached to my character. Trying to get my setup, and it's just a matter of I know that once I get a bar to level 90, that's it. She can't level up no more. She's level capped. So this is going to be a very emotional playthrough. Because of the fact this is going to be bringing a close to so many storylines. Words cannot... Scarlett's running through my head right now. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm actually... documents have been submitted. So let's get this over with. Scarlett, do you have some time to talk? We're ready to gather every border dogs respect and gather access to the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock in the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned of these structures were brought to being an organization known as Telefari. Telefari's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of Aeon's past, an apocalyptic event that will result in destruction of all behold here. Already have these towers been theirs because of the untold suffering.
Countless citizens kidnapped in a prison, their fate perverted with primal summoners. Unless we find a way to be able to correct the auras surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. No shelter with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. That's been having an Aravana for Dora, being very, very careful how we proceed.
Given these threats comes to home our paramount concern, let's move the situation in Gardamal. As you know, the Tefari under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other Electrophalio, Xenos Dane Galvus, the crown prince and our dear friend. Today he reclaimed his own body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Gardamal into an deeper pit of chaos. Galvus probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, as all the bloodiest fighting in the world's secession has exchanged in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, there was not one surrounded by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which blanketed the city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered. The nary of words spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring it's born of nightmares.
Yeah, it's giving me pause. It seems to assume that these events, too, are orchestrated by the Tefari. Numbing products is often a minor recent event. Developments, I fear it's only the prelude to a greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat quickly, or if our allies are overwhelmed.
We'll find a way in, Charlian. I'm sure of it. Master Swan's comment regarding the foundations were curious to say the least. The form knows more and it's letting on.
Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from Mistress Creole. She says the arrangements for your visit are finalized.
You're going to miss one
most would have ordered that shit out for shot. Our officers as associates of cities of the sun have assisted in order's restoration.
Raging City, settle. What are your thoughts? The most recent request for return of culture. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course, set off at once.
Hey, copy Elidibus. Use one person here to leave and cry and wish you guys safe forever. Mimosa, huh? I'll be right back. I gotta take a quick bathroom break. So I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back from the bathroom. Gotta take a quick break. Everyone's here, everything's good. Now I keep your passage in the freeze zone refundable. Ship for Cheyenne will be pulling the port soon, so please follow me and have your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's winds are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
That's a life lesson. No sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a Lunar Primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Wait, is that thing?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
That's in the swap.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Now, Hadelin.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Endwalker.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Scarlett Baku, artisan.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me...
Creel.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
That's how your ship down to port. Options of more bureaucrats and stickers for detail. In case we are allowed to take a moment to keep your land legs back. I thought we launched directly into explanation about what we learned might proceed. But this is Scarlett and it's seeing his first time in Sharlayan. And for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. That's a place you wish to visit to give you guidance. Therefore, I propose you postpone our agenda so you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and your get your bearings in the city. Once you settle in, you can reconvene at Balance and Annex. How does that sound? You're not really welcome at Liviera Estate as much, but I like to take notes around the neighborhood all the time. These Heathers are. There's no particular place that I can't call home. So when I pass that opportunity to create myself a scene. Likewise, play tour or parts when you music also. Those cats, darting footfalls, and even hush. Less side echoes begin to fade away. Okay, so I was actually given a request by a friend. I'm going to attune to the Aetherite, and then I'm going to hop back over to Johnny because in fact they need a little bit of help with a alliance race. So. Pardon me for a moment. Castle. I love my brothers.
Oh dear. So apparently I might have done something wrong, because I can't even access the first line of the quest. Wait, is that an airship quest line? If that's the case. One minute. So I have to defeat this one. Do 3 more quests and then do the Ardor Lighthouse. Okay.
I apologize for a little side tour, but just help out to find. I normally don't skip cutscenes, but this is a rare exception. Royal City of Elidibus. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing Endwalker content, but I'm also going to be doing a Stormblood Alliance raid. Try and get to the lighthouse, which is the second in that category. Because if I have a friend of mine who is having a bit of trouble with it, so I'm going to be trying to help them out. Friends help friends after all. So. See, I got time, so I'm gonna be doing the MSQ while I wait. We got a 28-minute queue. Okay. After you, my friend. I am already content to follow your lead. Grahati is now accompanying you. You can let your side order proceed. Each others. In the event you use the Ethernet, Grahati will catch up to you as long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Grahati behind, however, by entering into a different area. You may also speak to him as a select option to part ways. If you wish to leave Grahati to accompany again, try and speak to him at the original location. When Grahati is accompanying you, next try speaking with Kriel. I said let's be on our way. After stopping is enough to be the last stand. Cafe in the west side of the harbor. Kriel is also now accompanying you. Leave your two companions to the last stand to speak with Kriel at a designated location. For your company, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. Either to go into the glowing area and speak to your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surrounding altogether. This place is called a Versatile, and it's the first stop on the cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running the knowledge. But also supplies that further Charlian's pursuit of knowledge. Large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep attendants busy. With the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer will be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you can't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by an immigration official after all. I look forward to the day when your name is celebrated in Charlian the same way it is in the Elizia. Now that's the sight one hardly could forget. The giant great statue of Tali. As a student of Ascian, I was usually quartered on the island of Bao. Though I can't use upon this scholar's wise features every time I turn my ship to the city. This mapping overseas is known as the Telek Stoa, softening for the statue of the scholar which stands on the sea. As you know, Australian people prize their accumulation of wisdom above all else. That's when Zalvik was chosen as our patron deity. It's more of a matter of pragmatism than I'm a principles as a book. We have honored him a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as of, say, its guardians. Individual Australians can and do worship your divinity to their choosing. There's the statue. And here we are, last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Australian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. Heck of it is, the food's, it's bland, and encompassing by our famous Ashar loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, quesadillas second. There is one pupilist, Udium, however, who could stomach the schools and separate meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his seams to build a proper eatery. And so the last thing came to be. As the same applies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlotte, one and only best ton of the culinary arts and how otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being held as one of the more impressive items on the menu, but I've never had the pleasure to eat one myself. Because you're a typical Charlotte when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Totterer has taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We shall all stop in when time permits and stop at the cafe's delights. Shall I press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe will be able to take us up to the 8th Right Plaza. It's a perfectly functioning 8th Right. Remember to tee yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent target I am, I should mention that the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza, its much vaunted discoveries on the reason Cheyenne stands on the forefront of teleportation technology. And deciphering the underlying principles of elegant aphorites allows us to understand and reconstruct what is essentially lost art. And off we go to our next destination, our path leads northeast to the Agora, Cheyenne's largest marketplace. Speaking of aphorites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on far cheaper ferry services. I suppose it's surprising, but she's told her for me that Scoins are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of my duties. But I find old habits are hard to break. That, I'd rather not be bothered filling out necessary paperwork. This is the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise are pretty useful at some point, so just remember the way in here. That's ominous. Mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There may be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Oh yeah, a moment. How I miss it. Preferably browse while you like, we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll turn later then. These little open-air bookstores are uniquely Charlian. I thought them a common sight to have visited other nations. That was the Song of Hope. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. You also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think the practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I think an open place sucker for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? Him. Or more serious though, next stop our tours from particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. Let's head back to the 8th Right Plaza and follow the path north and we find a stairs that's about 12 building at the very top. Decorative features are typical Australian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters in Alabama were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is a area very dedicated to the blessings of water. For Australians, water represents more than a life sustaining flood. It's a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from galaxies of our This is the reason you see the abundance of fountains throughout the city. The necessity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Before you use the road transfer. When you first original public platform erected here, a public forum of elected representatives for deliver orientations and public debate policy. Now to say this is falls into council chambers. The nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Hello, Barney, you seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. This put me in mind of my arrival on the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement to think of, the great city of Charlian. Bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Starion. I could almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the council reject you simply joining me. Such an ambition should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Let's back to coast sightseeing, including to the students we need name journeys in, or down the stairs to the east, and continue straight ahead. Whoever's watching, I do welcome you to the stream. And feel free to chat, and I will respond when I can. We have arrived at Journeyton, which tells us that this is where those who put a short arch on the river built their first homes. Present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest of Charlian families. The C.1 mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Olivier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance from the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it's proven to be an interesting and enlightening experience. Now, what you have for the balance in minutes? Remember the way, don't you? Let me think. Head out towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and follow the path to below the 8th crossing. Correct. After you, Scarlett. That's fine. Oh, Giants fund educational research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private institutes practices. Now they are attending exclusive schools run by these residences, perhaps it's visiting. Right. Cross the bridge here as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back at the Threat Plaza. So I need that one and that one. Let's try to select a roundhouse face and ready to do for you. This is the last 10 minutes. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at a door-stepping phenomenon. But I think it was far enough one day. Take another time. I'm stopping you then. Back, and I brought Scarlett Baku with me. Yeah, shipment. Hello, girl. It's nice to see you again. Pleasure by meeting you, Scarlett. Now for me, you said your exploits. On Chica de Casita. It's been an age. Let me introduce Chica de Casita, Administration Alpha for students of Ascian. He oversees our business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured predominantly in Chronograph's reports, so for me, it's kind of seen a fabled hero come to life. It's hard to meet your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for students. Dalabal served as the main headquarters, of course. But we often have the occasion to visit Shawnigan. Those us to make use of the city's research facilities and conferences to procure supplies from distant shores. Next, here was built to provide lodges for members while we were engaged in such activities. Here's just our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself vanished. The Annex has served their base of operations. And yet, for so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. They will come when we see the students rise again. First, we must ensure that it's halfway fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall. We can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives at us, we probably have time to rest before discussions begin in earnest. Of course, prepare for you and around, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, that room's perfect for an afternoon dose. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap little sun in, you may be assured. Specifically that we have some bids with researchers also from journeys abroad. We were so considered on our just to steal a few weeks. Many of our students is in nap rooms, even if any such naps last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you each other. Hope you have something to coming. I'll wait for you in the main hall. Yeah, I just noticed I can't use my mount. Come up here and get the 8th right. Now I go up. I'm getting a one up here that I missed because I clearly wasn't paying attention. That's what was over here. Yeah, if it's video stuff to auto authorized shards in Australia. Now I do the quest. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wondering you soon, so I suggest we stay here, wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Moriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come, what me?
Here we go. apologize for the frame rate. I was surprised I'm getting this good quality, to be honest with you. Okay, no, I'm not about leads.
dares disturb the slumber of Argath Adalphus, rightful king of Ivalice? Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell! I am the truth from which you run. You will be judged. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots! You do not belong in my world! Step into nothing! Upon which you sup. You will be judged. The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit. You have a blood to spend. I am a revelation! You will be judged. I am a revelation! bares his teeth before his master. I am a revelation! You will be judged. This body, it is not my own.
Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Royal City Renovation. Okay, that was cool. Oh, I like that. welcome to the stream.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it.
Susie. I think I'll probably get something to drink.
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a Lunar Primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible nay, probable that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
This heading seems to cover Sharlayan. The other way over that. Lunar calls for farms classes. As mentioned before, however, the question of casters really is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. So I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice to say, its progress has been slow. There's only been so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. And out of this span of willing reinforcements, the search to proceed all the swifter. Let's forget the outside of Noman, shall we? Exit annex to the right, you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. 7,000. Oh, 7 just under 8 million experience points needed to level up. Manufacturers reason to follow our hope. In case you now stand before the doors of the Neuron, showing his greatness collection of books and tomes. This building is actually an entrance, one that many that for the archives of Neuron stand deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. Vast halls of the great Google Library, no comparison to Neuron's but endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and peruse the shelves. Well, most of the shelves. Only archives are afford access to certain restricted vaults. As this factory stole our rawhides to investigate us. Meanwhile, Alice and Alpha continue to help us search through the sex open to the Republic. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor and get the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books upon which touch Charlian history or foreign policy. Your task could be to find and study the relevant publications, I promise you. Our working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's see about it, shall we? I told others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promised tomes. Happy reading! Wow. That is a long drop. Count is very resourceless. Read a book. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbra calamity, Archon Macriff, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement island in northern Italy, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their Savior, and henceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated knowledge, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics comes shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture come bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, and in squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth of coin, and more the wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials or tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founder's teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would ensure the tools of war, and knowledge delivered to the world. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before health? You let defeat the rest of your body as you should. I too once engaged in such foolish practices. One night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, yes, a very few years of life in which we achieve our goals. Thus, to share with you this mantra, I am forever 20 summers long. The number itself is unimportant. It could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let it be that age you discover. So for me, it will be 28. Though mindful, healthy living, we extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from biological, ethereal, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on a raw subject. Such a words for contain details of the world, and much of the history of Charlotte. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? As we ignited shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness beyond of the sun and twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thickets of our age, a scarce precision of balance of stars is firmly taking root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few who indeed can explain, as that's our unique out, where our own stars breathe revolve around the sun. It was the technologies of Ally could come to closest understanding the laws which govern the Eridus. It was they who are astronomer and sought to spin beyond our earth-bound existence. I've read their ancient abysses. I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed for me? If I were to tell you to turn our constellations were arranged typically in the past, better positions continue to shift almost a breaker within, but magically as we journey in the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift farther and farther apart, and they do so forever? This book is not a raw subject. I honestly wouldn't mind checking that book out, though. In all honesty. Considering the fact that my secondary is what? Astrology. I love the conspiracy here, though. Got Bard, Astrologian, then the Reaper, then the Gunbreaker. In the years that followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Elicisia, a public forum in which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, the format became increasingly impractical. A larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail the practical discussions. But in the year 201 of the 6th Asher era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. Be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from the lots of years for these additional vote. Thus, is forming our legitimacy for you. Long ago in an island under the sea, there lived a regular man by the name of Leprechaun. Leprechaun was the student of astrology, and he divined out a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So as he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the Imperial realm. The flood around us were told to their horror, their strange eternal words drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Knuckles' crew hauled him aboard his ark. But danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatened to smash the vessel to pieces. Only moments to spare, Knuckles rolled a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety on top out of the spine. That sounds almost like a take on Noah's Ark. A little bit different version of it. So, refugees from the surrounding regions huddled alongside them, but it was not long before they peeped over to join us and pile of food ready to balance some bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Knuckles gathered his crew of grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those dreaded peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent on return to the northern sea. Landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and its town became the city of Charlingen we live in today. Sorry, are you waiting long? I want to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alpha and Creole should be online shortly. Obviously, similar fashion. As far as I can see, no titles in the Archon sets mentioned the Foundation specifically. So you have no choice but to start with the potentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to scan through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. Nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable spaces to read. A ready supply of hot tea. Oh, it's quite fun reading outside. But it's not about low pressure, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After all, I've managed to speak with one of the family servants as how things were. He said your father has instructed us that even if Alphanor and I will return to Charlian, we're not to be allowed to cross the threshold. Harsh measure indeed. I hope the efforts understands position, and that of the forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We've been this for a day, I'm certain of it. What are you, girl, huh? Have you visited your family, or do you not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern regions of Ellis Waterfat, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. Donegan's found in the city not far away by ship, brought the subjected tribes of the Monique, serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the fourth armor calamity brought into the Empire's reign. When the fifth calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain. They might prevent the remnants of elegant technology from being misused. Is it Carver's underground yet, Merle? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most superior provinces, but Garlemar Ranieri focus upon us. I was pointing the nearby town came under the direction of a distressed superior family. The nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization. Some of tribes forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of banning in our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as once had. Fear discovery eventually tipped the scales, and a decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alec. As the last child born with the Allegan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the sentence of Ascian, having registered the Sharian citizen. How dare you consider him used in that kind of question? Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescue offers more common among Sharians than you may think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are provided an equal opportunity to learn. With sufficient perspective, the outside scheme in the vault out of Archon. This is exactly why I love this country. I wish to remain a nation which citizens can be proud. You're here! Another can reason that get to the bottom of the form of stubbornness aside from the trifling matter of our opinion you do. Caesar said driving some heavy news about Scarlett. More company should be arriving any minute now. Even time without selections. Though must say, the Picklings are quite 17. Mistress Creel has already flipped every history about the voter disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on onboard calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps a bunch of holidays comes from an unexpected source. So you went to me ask you who precious are the holidays. I want to hear who didn't witness the visit at Ironrock firsthand. I can reveal look at critical details. Okay, so right up You'll probably do each of the counters of foundation now. Yes, so for the condition work havoc on our manner of life. The chaos is sent to the agents themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire running from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. Renaissance, my understanding. Going to arts of creation is surrounded to the present day land, so it's essentially in our lives. That's for an archive, these things are not deserved passed on. Their stars surmises since the close snow magic of that and some riddles related to the Ascians. So I also help me travel for 5 minutes. Oh yes, I remember spoken now. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course. Trust we were in the midst of the madness. It seems like each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by ominous storms. The victory was surrounded across the star, not even Emerald spared. That was cranky, considered a harbinger of doom, quite distinct, possibly quite loud. Speak one of the knuckling commandments, that's any books which mention such as that. That's something to describe how they could stop the battles that present claim. What if it actually didn't take? It summons Zodiac. Yes, with a lot of us as overness is home. So many gave themselves a sacrifice for you. God knows exactly how Zodiac sought salvation of the star. Only by his godlike will were the laws of nature set right. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a feather yield sacrifices to reveal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render to Zodiac. A trade that was allowed them to resurrect the shades of love once absorbed by the Primal. Mayhap have been it, your fellows, that manifested their opposition in their form of Hadala. Thank you both. And that with you. I'm much more confident now that my understanding of events. With all that fresh steam at it, it's even wonder what the Tarfari told me when they speak of that in the bottom of eights. Seeing her doing the commentaries, forced some promise of some kind of catalyst, they attempt to remember the conditions that caused by unstable creation magics. Basically using the Valdez as a figure of speech. I come to pedal for the scales expression of English. I decided to put this a conjure at the stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for your Stola. But someone began studying these research papers. And last time, huh? And senior researcher Archon Sachs produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. I'll link to your hopes up. If you recall, Orion J learned of the source's reflections from the Green articles. Its potential to cause panic and confusion. That tome was seen at Corphelia and sealed away in a great global library. It seemed less like that knowledge of this unsettled world, not to mention the horrors of the fun days. You left sitting on a shelf ready for a scholar to find. Stands to reason that my colleagues, the archons and counselors, should have performed to be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet we confronted Master Hofschnitt with the knowledge of the Telofri mechanizations. He scoffed at the suggestion that it was a threat, and seemed adamant that the form knew that the final days were truly upon us. But Charlie supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom was guiding the form's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. That I mentioned excuse herself from mean duty. Whether they contain value mention of the final days or no, it's I hope something of value. If they can leave a lane, just bring it up for everyone. You labor for what feels like an age as Yashtala's research assistant. Here, you look exhausted. How about your studies? Were you able to find books of such a spent? Then today was well spent. Did you wish to read them again? Amendment and references point your direction. All those supplies and rest, you must be active in the research for quite some time. Ready for some great Scarlett? I know I am. I see many controls that are going to classify if I don't just release more than a You know the last sent down in the harbor, don't you? Yeah, now something to your copy. It's quite good. See there, Rusty. How very sure you didn't know the Roman Catholics were going to Actually, it's pretty good. Yeah, but the waste not about asking questions. Shouldn't you average people say what's the problem? Worth a try, you think? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? You look at a shared table there, so the place of the couch spread. Yes, I understand. What did you have to tell if those enemies of East are in the world on your end? But you're not absolutely every girl, aren't you? So you saw ever see a foreigner. Pray you were disowned for open outsiders indulging of our barrel guns and you the truth to rumor. I think you leave me be. Not say the likes of you. As a prejudice, especially his family and the necessary what's up. Come, Scarlett. Property now, because that's what fast. Yeah, so he is, you got me like, yeah. Buddies, I work at the offices at a forum. So you know what's best for you, that's stuff. Sorry about it. I'm not going to my word, how long has it been?
Far too long.
Dixon, the owner of the Last Stand. This frequents a cafe on occasion between once is at the city. As he's an age ago, I remember hearing that EMS are often on set priority after they never came back. I think there's a gossip that your father's order here. Everything all right at home? It's complicated. I expect a complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation so greatly. It runs in pain, it seems. Well, it is absolutely no matter how discreet Master Ford Trump may have been, because he famous students ever so super long. Things are what they are. What brings you to that city now of all times?
Yeah, questions that only Charlene has answers. Tell me, Master Vickers.
Have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? Well, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. Unless it's fun. Information on this apocalypse?
Yes, I'm there. Unfortunately, your patrons are pretty unknown.
I wish I would order you to help. Your visitor is Charlene, right? The past few was a server, none the wiser. Spanish preparing a few orders, strike up some friendly conversation when you're setting down the food. Might get the answers you're looking for.
Not a bad idea, I ain't asked what you think.
That's the spirit. The exception now. That's where the two researchers need to go. T-set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The Almond is one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gillis. So routine carnivores. Them is your many gentlemen, you're an elite lobster. That sure is us being a good luck. Virtual arcane practices, etc. I think it's like your own. Fine. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's take in outside the base. Yes, we're seeing name in the latest Gazette. That's a grand claim about end of days. Some old senseless war mongering. All these folks grow tires for each other's blood. Let's stay out of it, I say. The four made right choice of voice for decision or remain neutral. Oh, that's 7 last year's man. It's correct to say to some her report is heavily dish. Fresh over. Now let's wait with my friends from the course of this week. It's going to be a gleaner. They're a collector of some sort. Travel work procured days out down here trying to impress the splits, leaders of the last festivals and so forth. Sunday for us walk over trail after the research in the fields. Taking the with the meaning of confession. If these sorrow-free and get under audacious threats, demanding a car like rarities will be lost for us forever. What's for the opinions of us about such a phrase? Watch the harbor and see one. Remember, part loads in lots of day. There's never been a set not like this. Trevor, the customers see what anyone talking. I don't know where to find the dates. Dixon had nothing to offer. He's the source of gossip in the city. Storm does have your secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of sure no one whispers it in the wrong ear. Looks like you can play parts right here. That cup of coffee up front. She's alright, Shoni. We're in Paris now, waiting for gossip and regularly talk.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Go ahead and do mine. Bring them on. That's the Dixie, the one that's cuts back. Look at that, Scarlett. Had been looking through your head, have you? Not exactly. The piece in the partner investigating kept their information on the figures. Makes sense. The United States request about open institutions of bureaucrats supposed to say. They ought to be answered to the forum. Sudden and significant increase in human traffic in cargo. So it gives the impression of no real art we plan to put in motion. Let us see if they what can we afford from the facts. As you showed us earlier, Neuromind's archives contain more information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Scarlett Baku said last stand, I'm reasonably sure that most Sharnians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Now, our father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated with Tarafri is holding a light those apocalyptic events. Moreover, the forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny in their origins request for aid. Now the Gleaners, official agents of Satan, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I don't think it's a strange thing that the Gleaners' recent activities are separate to the forum's secret events. Each case when its cross-sections and targets we visit laboratories and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, we can be far more receptive to our questions. Oh, I hate the smile of surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I'd like to research. I'm joining you later. Feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to you that each is returned to its proper place. That'd be great help. Thank you, Ra. Yes, I got a stairs over here. There's shooting the entrances. Just heading stairs over here. So let's see. Brains isn't too far from here. We're trying to press it this way. I'll take leads, so stay close. we are. Third start down the stairs. You dare remember to tune better short later, did you not? Make life much easier for Sin to come back in a hurry. But we should keep moving. Down, let them down again.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Doing hollow books in order, fought up means hollow not hollow. Thinking so take stock and liberate things, you know? Sort of turning out inventory. So operation like this before then. They did warn a few summons ago with you. Again, the one all dismissed and struck our laps Earth on hot there for no reason. Can you change the layout and then for next big expansion? One. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Joy. Give me a right heading. Yeah, I think look at the leader. Don't move for our chatter. Christ was so zesty, he took a tumble and crushed into a pile of crates. Now there's a pack of marmots and all of those. Rush should be what 1058 called human seals 1059 I'm a feeling it feels like a sort of market grasp. One more loans to take off and carry in. While you're on this much not messing up, someone mistakes the car thing and carrots for garbage and carrots. What then? An operation getting out one every item we bring in, we send more inventory somewhere else. That's when the mega face of the city. You're right, the form's everything out of something. You're very elaborate. It's upside down in the process. We do what specifically? Here's what being tested in. That's what it's testing to do. Start animating it. Collecting some of us marmots? That's the way to help you capture safety. This coming planets more friendly and enlightening conversation. What do you mean, Tim? I would tear my charms of hardest Nina here. You can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Without marmots? Nothing said we pay you for your services. If you're all pretty good to your heart, I'll welcome your assistance. Name's Earl, my friend. Specialty platinum live specimens. That said, to capture these Naxian marmots is a child no desire to repeat. Grizzled minds, they call them. But mercy, there are no other marmot species on this here at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. You have to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Group again, you order. Haven't seen it scamper right here, so you need to run or search the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. You said you wouldn't hesitate to take a praying marmot, or you would. I'll search the trees to the west. East part of the forest is yours. Good luck. Wow, this is a big area. have 3 to attack. Use 1 and counter for it. Ah, there's some Marmot out. Here, Marmot will put our friends in a holding cage. Playing a Marmot scene of the young heart. We've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into habitat. Good thing we're able to catch them so swiftly in the face. Are you in charge of our breath? Now in perpetual. See how fishes are working on the day and night. John Bobman's called dwells. Cerebral consumption, easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions asking for recycling their destructive control. Form a plan for these creatures. At the very least, I doubt they will be served for dinner today or tomorrow. Hey there, Scarlett. Scamming? What do you think of remote lost marmots? New friend? The students of Ascian, these others are my associates. If you don't force us to let you have, it's entirely well with us. That's why we made the decision to collaborate with us. But not seeing these decisions put to action, maybe we fully understand how these are. Well, it's practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? And we duty calls. Other animals captured and kilos you're seeing. Once again, I'm sorry I can't offer you more for your services. You got anything new for her for there? So you confirmed that order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. Vertically interested in that made informed of its purpose. Is there anything we've heard thus far? Let's discover that when the operation was begun. 12% of the Gleaner's guys shot and put their people to great some 4 days after the temporal made their chilling declaration. As these are travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of the news from every corner of the world and necessity. Thus, in a cloud, trust their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, this is the presented with a sudden unexpected development. I found it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of librarios and sarcasm could have been planned in such a brief window. Hey, this man's long in the making. We'll make the right time of winning in fact. When the tough piece of calculation was what set in motion. Just yet. For a moment, I suggest we conduct a minor investigation of the lab rest. More facilities will visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head dark beyond? Everything should lower. crew. What's wrong? Eventually, sad to sense after a bit of a headache, that's all. Suffer soldiered on. Let's get back then. So I mean it's hate lead. I certain motivated Arcian. Water past the east to the forest for which he set it up mouse for Marble budget. He makes his choice you need to watch out for. Behold Arcian, as tomorrow serves Shrines Literary Archive. So this structure houses the city's weapon material data. Architecture too is similar. Its legacy is merely the upper entrance. At this point, the vault is carved into the cliffs design itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. Narrowly speaking, the Arcian serves a physical history of Shards and unwavering dedication to accumulation of knowledge. Maybe we'll learn anything about you standing around here. Let's proceed to the main building facility. Yep. It's definitely right down there. Rivet. Bruce. You're certainly not Gleamerson. Ask your affiliation. Well, it is Ascian, but it's not relevant. Ascian and believe that the vaults, those have open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordering us that the gates of President of assets is restricted. Only persons directly involved with the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Ascian, this was one of the lines for another facility. Yes, that's the military, yes. Might be at least be able to make use of that. SR has been suspended as well, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to conveyance and inventory. This is as far as we can go. Just for convenience, but it's going to be after restructuring operations concluded. Next time, we need to rethink our approach. Let's step us out from work, shall we? No other leads, I proceed to small further. There are some face society at least, right? Heartfelt pleas, unless you can know these, yes, all about this. It's likely that the people in this area are involved in the treasure in one way or another. We're integrate ourselves, and that allows the company to know left. So that's why I'm sure someone's going to be strong backs like mine. Our largest pack. This is some other task. We can hand out whatever we say. Archive, even if it was found. Actually, maybe it was found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. It was wandered off around tranquility. It's not buried in the vaults. Well, so squid, I think. Anyway, it's supposed to take care of it till our archive is open again. Another task. I need to capture us close. Very close. Still 2 energy generated better than 1. Very well. Right here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. There's one after days on window. Feathers are green as a bit of caulk. So that shoot it with its super dart. Necessary short moves to allow way down by the riverbank and clean our quarry. Sure to hit right one.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city. and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
see it? Interested in my ship. Participate here something new. It's only about researchers today. Well, save our beasts. So having you watch our footing, we should tighten our straps before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightening their straps and ship gear, now you can see me head on. Give it your friend a hit though. But we last to leave some distance between us. When we tumble over each other, it becomes a fight. Take it slow, and we get tricky surrounds from time to time. You have to get on the other side of the tunnel. Woo! Ever since I made through that incident, nothing of consequence at least. As promised is how I oversee the meteorite circuit. As I recall, the series breaking a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. The Verbal's assumption was true, but specimens are being collected in preparation for great migration. We see evidence of plants in the areas of research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farm facility. I know we are. That's the mayor of the mountains. Library causes hosts a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies of cultivation methods, utilize the farmlands. This is facility which coordinates services and sale of fruits. The fruits and research developing the environmental scholarly society. I don't know what successes might make it to the Agora. This so exotic could be hard pressed to guess your origin. I love that taste. Nation vegetables without any on yellow listed nutritional benefits for product card. Seen of leaders hereabouts, and this will continue to share that same sense of urgency. It's also known something for forms, plans, and underlying motivations. What the future purpose, Those workers, the rest of us will do the same cast about where he is for the blues. Nobody used to be like, how did you make it down here anyway? You got charging soul denied. Almost gives a reward, so chances of guide to the field suffering the full analysis for order less than a mile long. Master yet detailed requests. Literal wagonloads of crop samples. Party any time to put them together. The first order is grand reorganization. I assume we will be shuffled around old stock and room for new. Making the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. That's strange, eh? That's for explanation, but it's met with a vague assurance that I'll be revealed in due course. A most satisfying answer. That ought to be taken down below. Or can carry this some. Most of thought you sent off via the cargo lift. The sum has been earmarked for aerial transport against the second crates that's up the hill there. God, it's all not allowed something to job in there. There's no reason that, as you see, there's some variety of great. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are another sort of perfect. Quite surprising, given it's needed to a particular locale and the very place upon the Elidibus was modeled, the region south of Isbark. Most remarkable habitat diversity. For a matter of flora fauna to thrive, jelly peaks in north give way to swath of temperate plains, which transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such battlefield territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvus before the heroes were named Opus and Bonus. The firm saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment. One whose climates we strive to recreate within the confines of Liberia. It sits for a rich foundation for countless experience and cultivation. Oh. We put it here? me a quick breather here. Sorry if you're joining the stream, I was taking me a quick little breather.
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Think about getting some dinner in a minute.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Arcane? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to get some food. I'll be right back.
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Around there, see yourself. Figure out a break through to that last virus situation. Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break and get some food.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Alright. Wayne has to stop in a minute again to get some more water bottles. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in all of us at the same time. Most importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this monumentous duty to form Agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called into action, and Tofahari's separation was the catalyst. Whatever charge they hope to fulfill, they deem it of significant import to disrupt all of our ethos. Not to mention ignore Eorzean's request for aid. Any court to direct upon the Forum and the Committee of all its resources. Judging about what we just heard, none of the Gleaners offer any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new about pressing no further. You should have been you stolen Creel for a moment. See what you think of this. moving. Interesting. I had a feeling you'll learn something important. Something. It's simply confirmation that no one knows about anything. The sheriff's a crew says how I like to proceed. So you find her back at the farm. You'll still be human only, so be her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision has said. We might check in near as far as she was in trace by. The rest of us can survey the more distant areas. She's out of water. I swear that thing looks like something from Star Wars.
for you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
That is a deep quote.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals, dissatisfied with our decision, have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible
She went
enemy
quiet
stands
at that.
poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Dang, they made me take my headpiece off.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, We shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Scarlett Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, at least if I let remain in the city. That's true. In our endless investigations have not been in vain. Now not just a serious city there, wherever the form discovered a hero scene. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we were struggling to learn a lot more of substance here in Charlie. Not all pictures are clear, yes, but in spite of the form being so madly vague about these beauty bears, already saw a reluctance to explain their actions in plain words. Survivor, his father's work so vital takes precedence over his own family. Oh, snap. Out of balance, Lydia. You found people must be the science of self-done. I love you as a found you. Mother, please, we don't want to make things different for you. His mother like you right here. How about that? Kind of be chastised for speaking of my own children? Or you and Master Fortunate are not on the best of terms at the moment. I've been really desperate to see my darlings again. We'll come to the house with you. I'll just wait. How do you get better? Shouldn't go anywhere unless we discuss matters with thinkers for consider options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at Annex when you're ready to join us. Yeah, Scott. Wow. He's going to test. Ready yourselves, you three. Contrast, my mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad to relieve you to see in such high spirits. Let's see, Scarlett. Though it seems like we have a little time to enjoy the comforts of visit our home. However not, your room's already perfectly neat and tidy. Your room seems to really keep... Decided to change my hat up a little bit in order to actually have a visual reaction. Yeah, I'd say we're a little desperate as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but mother or servant lies somewhere nearby. You can watch my... Now look at that show with the different kinds of different worlds. As children, Alan and I wait for your forefather to come home from work. What's been doing with this means for Endwalker's Scarlett the outer red or shorter. Well, of course, there was that moment. Come down there with the path of a panic, crying out my name. Ah yes, this Ralph's magic on an actual person. I would say how falling you see this, great or need quite badly. So I tried casting a simple restore spell while you were slow. Thought she smiled when the moon closed her in relief. That was the very moment I chose my healing words to me and pardon my sins. I used to come here to have a grandfather in the summer. I would dip my hands to keep my parent special. Nothing of that. He met the hands very fond thing for him. The hero exclusively. This way I come to swim like an auk and sing like a sun. And here I'll ask Feast to come in.
Welcome home,
my lady.
What? What are you gawping at? Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
you for indulging Mother's request. I can see no want to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was also brief. For now, however, this will have to suffice. It will be focused for home and carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are when we enough sentimentality. This is 2 minutes for our companions. I hope. I may ask how the twins fare, but your new outfit's so tell. I hope you get the son or father. They make the term home day when heads so high. Can you tell me how to jump closer to the secret of form just to hide the flower, but we can give a highlight. I'm sure the guy's going for it. I'm confident once he's got out our situation at the end of here, we'll let him put it on next week. I have Krill's instructions at hand if you're ready to set up, so am I. I've been a therapist before, controlled by Aetherite. What are the rest of you? Another seaport to raise to tell me that I have. Krill's has the same mind, and has already secured aid of good folk of the confidence. Take yourselves in. Comforts, thou sayest. Afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hut for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owning the knowledge of our common Morbella. Morbella was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both authorities in their own right, and both researchers at the confluence. Haven't gotten to see him yet. I do so earlier, but my shame, my courage failed me at last. It hath been many times I have reached out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have filled on me the words I should speak, and thus I've kept my silence. Well. Well, that's that. We're at the end of the stream here. So, take care. God bless.